Today's presentation will be called Behold the Eschatological Prophecies. We will speak on the eschatological words that we find in our Holy Scripture that denote prophecies told to our fathers that have not been totally fulfilled. And these prophecies denote hope. And the hope that it denotes is favor and comfort. So we're going to bring forth many of these eschatological prophecies that have not been fulfilled. Hopefully that they give us a spirit or leave us with a spirit of hope, that we understand that there is a day that will come that will denote favor and comfort for us all. When we deal with eschatological prophecies, it consists of the heavens and earth, both with spirit and matter. It allows us to understand the end must be concerned with the world of things as much as with the world of the spirit. Both spirit and matter per se. It denotes the final consummation. We find in our Holy Scriptures the word hope is expectant, and we find that the word hope is used 164 times in our Holy Scriptures. Thus, we trust in Yahweh to not disappoint us based on our hope and our faith of the words that we find in our Holy Scriptures. Our brother Yamin will read Psalms 42 for us all and Psalms 147. After he get done with the Psalms, I will come back and reiterate on the title, and we'll get right into the lesson. Brother Yamin, you have the line.
Thank you, brother. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 42, please. That is Psalms 4:2.
What's that here?
It reads, Psalms 42. As the heart painteth after the water brooks, so painteth my soul after thee, O Elohim. My soul thirsteth for Elohim, for the living Elohim. When shall I come and appear before Elohim? My tears have been my meat day and night, while they continually say unto me, where is thy Elohim? When I remember these things, I pour out my soul in me. For I had gone with the multitude. I went with them to the house of Elohim with the voice of joy and praise, with a multitude that kept holiday. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted in me? Hope thou in Elohim, for I shall yet praise him for the help of his countenance. O my Elohim, my soul is cast down within me. Therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan and of the Hermonites, from the hill
Yeah, he got dropped, it sound like.
Oh, okay.
I think he's calling back in. What verse did he left off on?
6.
You got it on mute. Will you be able to call back in and pick up or? Sorry about that. We'll wait on the brother. Is that you, Yamin?
Shalom, shalom. I apologize. I got clicked off.
All right,
I'll
pick
start
back
off.
up at the 6th verse.
Okay. It says, O my Elohim, my soul is cast down within me. Therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan and of the Hermonites, from the hill Mizar. Deep calleth unto deep at the noise of thy waterspouts. All thy waves and thy billows are gone over me. Yet Yahweh will command his loving kindness in the daytime, and in the night his song shall be with me, and my prayer unto the Elohim of my life. I will say unto Elohim my rock, why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? As with a sword in my bones, my enemies reproach me, while they say daily unto me, where is thy Elohim? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in Elohim, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my Elohim. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 147, please. That is Psalms 147. It reads, Hallelujah! For it is good to sing praises unto our Elohim. For it is pleasant, and praise is comely. Yahweh doth build up Jerusalem. He gathereth together the outcasts of Israel. He healeth the broken in heart and bindeth.
Everything okay?
He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their name. Great is our master, and of great power. His understanding is infinite. Yahweh lifted up the meek. He casteth the wicked down to the ground. Sing unto Yahweh with thanksgiving. Sing praise upon the harp unto our Elohim, who covereth the heaven with clouds, who prepareth rain for the earth, who maketh grass to grow upon the mountains. He giveth to the beast his food, and to the young ravens which cry. He delighteth not in the strength of the horse. He taketh not pleasure in the legs of a man. Yahweh taketh pleasure in them that fear him, in those that hope in his mercy. Praise Yah, O Jerusalem. Praise thy Elohim, O Zion. For he has strengthened the bars of thy gates. He hath blessed thy children within thee. He maketh peace in thy borders, and filleth thee with the finest of the wheat. He sendeth forth his commandment upon the earth. His word runneth very swiftly. He giveth snow like wool. He scattereth the hoar frost like ashes. He casteth forth his ice like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? He sendeth out his word and melteth them. He causeth his wind to blow and the waters to flow. He sheweth his word unto Yaakov, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And I would like to ask Yahweh, the Elohim of the heaven and earth, to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Today's presentation will be called, Behold, the Eschatological prophecies. And these prophecies denote hope. They denote favor and comfort. And these prophecies deal with the heaven and the earth, both with spiritual and matter, dealing with the spirit and matter. The end must be concerned with just as much the world of things as much as with the world of the spirit, both spirit and matter per se. It denotes the final consummation. As I stated earlier, the word hope is expectant. It is found in our Holy Scriptures over 160 times. Thus, we trust in Yahweh to not disappoint us. I will try to give this, to display this eschatological prophecies in chronological order and based on the events. Before we continue on with this great presentation, I would love to warn the listening audience by way of wisdom. And the first place I would love to go is Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And please, at this time, get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give on this great topic, which is, Behold, the Eschatological prophecies. Also, make sure you write down your comments and questions that you may have them available at the end of the presentation. Again, let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures, that we may be warned, that we may fear Yahweh, and lend an ear to hear what Yahweh has said. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy path. The last verse that I will read is this 7th verse, and it reads, Be not wise in thy own eyes, fear Yahweh, and depart from evil. Also, I would like to continue to warn the listening audience that they may open their ear and hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Let us turn our Holy Scriptures to the 23rd chapter of Proverbs. The 23rd chapter of Proverbs. And let's read the 17th and the 18th verse. And what we find in the 17th and 18th verse is these great words of expectation. And it reads, Let not thy heart envy sinners, but be thy in the fear of Yahweh all the day long. For surely there is an end, and thy expectation shall not be cut off. And our expectation is found in these words that will be revealed this day. Also, let us take a look one more place in the book of wisdom, which is the 24th chapter of Proverbs. And it tells us in the 24th chapter of Proverbs, I will start at the 1st verse and read to the 14th verse. And it reads, Be not thy envious against evil men, neither desire to be with them. For their hearts study destruction, and their lips talk of mischief. Through wisdom is an house builded, and by understanding it is established. And by knowledge shall the chambers be filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is strong, yea, a man of knowledge increase strength. For by wise counsel thou shalt make thy war, and in multitude of counselors there is safety. Wisdom is too high for a fool. He opens not his mouth in the gate. He that devises to do evil shall be called a mischievous person. The thought of foolishness is sin, and the scorner is an abomination to men. If thy faint in the day of adversity, thy strength is small. If thy forbear to deliver them that are drawn into death, and those that are ready to be slain, if thou sayest, Behold, we knew it not, does not he that ponders the heart consider it? And he that keep thy soul, does not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? My son, eat thy honey, because it is good, and the honeycomb which is sweet to thy taste. The last verse is the 14th verse. Does it reads, So shall the knowledge of wisdom be into thy soul, good and sweet it says, when thou hast found it, then there shall be a reward, and thy expectation, thy hope, shall not be cut off. Also, I would like to read Psalms 34, verse 18. Let us turn to Psalms 34. And I will read from the first verse to the 18th verse. And it reads, I will bless Yahweh at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in Yahweh. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. O magnify Yahweh with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought Yahweh, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked into him, and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried, and Yahweh heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of Yahweh encamped around about them that fear him, and delivered them. O taste and see that Yahweh is good. Blessed is the man that trusts in him. O fear Yahweh, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek Yahweh shall not want any good thing. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of Yahweh. What man is he that desire life and love many days, that he may see good? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking gall. Depart from evil, and do good. Seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of Yahweh are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. The face of Yahweh is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and Yahweh hears, and delivers them out of all their troubles. The last verse is the 18th verse that I will read, and it reads, Yahweh is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. I'll go ahead and read it all the way to the end. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but Yahweh deliver him out of them all. He keeps all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. Yahweh redeems the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Let us get right into this presentation. It allows us to know that we are to fear Yahweh, and that we are to depart from evil and wait on our Savior, which is none other than the creator of the heaven and earth. In this eschatological prophecies, we find words of favor and comfort told to our fathers throughout the entire Holy Scriptures. Thus, I will start at the beginning. I would like for us all to turn our Holy Scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. Genesis, the 12th chapter. And what we find in Genesis, the 12th chapter, is great words of expectation dealing with the eschatological times of our people. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 12th chapter, if we read the first to the third verse. And what we find in Genesis, the 12th chapter, if we pick up at the first verse to the third verse, is these great words. Now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So the Almighty allows us to know, giving this great promise to our father Abraham, that in the last days that all the families of the earth will be blessed in us, and that we will be the blessing for all the families of the earth. It also tells us in this eschatological prophecies told to our fathers, if we take a look in the book of Genesis, the 15th chapter. And what we find in the 15th chapter is more eschatological words that is prophetically told to our fathers. If we take a look at the 13th and the 14th verse, and it reads in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse, these great words of hope, favor, and comfort. It tells us in the 13th verse, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. But that's not all that was eschatologically promised to Abram and his seed. For it tells us in the 18th verse of this same chapter, in the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, and to thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt into the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Kidmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephuns, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Gershites, and the Jebusites. So these things is promised, not just for those that went into Egypt, but these things is promised to all the seed of Israel, even to the end. Because we're going to find throughout this eschatological prophecies presentation that these words will come to fruition even at the end of time. Thus, let us take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 16th chapter. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Jeremiah, the 16th chapter. And what we find in Jeremiah, the 16th chapter, is great words of hope, favor, and comfort. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 16th chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and let's read to the 21st verse, these great words of truth. Thus it reads, "Therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that it shall no more be said, Yahweh lives, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But Yahweh lives, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whither he hath driven them. And I will bring them again into their land that I gave into their fathers. Behold, I will send for many fishers, said Yahweh, and they shall fish them. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rocks. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from my eyes. And first I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double, because they have defiled my land. They have filled my inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. Yahweh, my strength and my fortress, my refuge in the day of the affliction. The Gentiles, the nations, shall come into thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity and things wherein there is no profit. Shall a man make gods unto himself, and they are no gods? Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahweh. And this is dealing with the whole earth. It tells us also, if we take a look at the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah, and what we find in the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, and it reads, and I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whither I have driven them, and will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. And I will set my shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking, said Yahweh. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days Yehudah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. And this is his name, whereby he shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that they shall no more say Yahweh live, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but Yahweh live, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all countries wherever I have driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. And that great land is none other than what we read in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 18th verse to the 21st verse. It also, we find, if we take a look at the very next chapter, which is the 24th chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us in the 6th and 7th verse of the 24th chapter of Jeremiah these great words of hope, of favor, and comfort. It tells us, for I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up, and I will give them an heart to know me, that I am Yahweh, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim, for they shall return into me with their whole heart. It also tells us one more place that I would like to put in is the 30th chapter of Jeremiah. And I would just like to read the 7th verse at this moment. We will go back to Jeremiah 30, but at this moment of the presentation, I would like to state what is found in Jeremiah, the 30th chapter, the 7th verse. And it reads, alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Ezekiel. The book of Ezekiel. And let's take a look at the 11th chapter. Ezekiel, the 11th chapter. And let's pick up at the 14th verse. And let's read to the 25th verse. And it reads, again, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, thy brethren even thy brethren, the men of thy kindred, and all the house of Israel, woefully are they, into whom the inhabitants of Jerusalem have said, get you far from Yahweh, and to us is this land given in possession. Therefore say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, although I cast them far off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. Therefore say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will even gather you from the people and assemble you out of the countries where ye have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel. And they shall come tired, and they shall take away all the detestable things thereof, and all the abominations thereof from thence. And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you. And I will take the stony heart out of their flesh, and will give them an heart of flesh, that they may walk in my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and do them. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. That's as far as I wanted to read, dealing with the eschatological aspects of this particular chapter. It also tells us, if we pick up in the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, and let's pick up at the 33rd verse. And what we find in the 33rd verse of the 20th chapter of Ezekiel is these great words of hope, favor, and comfort. And it reads, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out, will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So will I plead with you, said Yahweh Elohim. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, and I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. As for you, O house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, go ye, serve ye every one his idols, and hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, but pollute ye my holy name no more with your gifts and with your idols. For in my holy mountain, in the mountain of the heights of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, serve me. There will I accept them, and there will I require your offerings, and the first fruits of your oblations, with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet Savior when I bring you out from the people and gather you out of the countries wherein you have been scattered. And I will be satisfied in you, I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh, when I shall bring you into the land of Israel, and to the country for the which I lift up my hand to give it to your fathers. And there shall ye remember your ways, and all your doings, wherein you have been defiled, and ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that ye have committed. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh, when I have wrought with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings, O ye house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 34th chapter of Ezekiel, the 34th chapter of Ezekiel. And I would like to start reading from the 11th verse, the 34th chapter of Ezekiel. I would like to pick up at the 11th verse and read to the 16th verse. And it reads, For thus said Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I, even I, will both search my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seek out his flock in the day that he is among his sheep that are scattered, so will I seek out my sheep, and will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered in the cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them out from the people, and gather them from the countries, and will bring them to their own land, and feed them upon the mountains of Israel, by the rivers, and in all the inhabitable places of the country. And I will feed them in a good pasture, and upon the high mountains of Israel shall their fold be. There shall they be, or there shall they lie in a good fold, and in a fat pasture shall they feed upon the mountains of Israel. I will feed my flock, and I will cause them to lie down, said Yahweh Elohim. The 16th verse is the last verse I will read, and it reads, I will seek that which was lost, and bring again that which was driven away. And I will bind up that which was broken, and will strengthen that which was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong. I will feed them with judgment. It also tells us in the 36th chapter of Ezekiel, the 36th chapter of Ezekiel, And I would like to start at the very first verse. And it reads from the first verse to the 15th verse, these great words of future restoration of Israel. And it reads, also, thou son of man, prophesy into the mountains of Israel, and say, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, because the enemy have said against you, aha, even the ancient high places are ours in possession. Therefore, the reason why, prophesy and say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, because they have made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, that ye might be a possession into the residue of the heathen, and ye are taken up in the lips of the talkers, and are infirmity of the people. Therefore, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus said Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valley, to the desolate wastes, and to the cities that are forsaken, which became a prey and a derision to the residue of the heathen that are round about. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen, and against Adonai, which have appointed my land into their possession, with the joy of all their heart, with despiteful minds to cast it out for a prey. Prophesy therefore concerning the land of Israel, and say unto the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because ye have borne the shame of the heathen. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I have lifted up my hand. Surely the heathen that are round about you, they shall hear, or they shall bear their shame. But ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall shoot forth your branches, and yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they are at hand to come. For behold, I am for you, and I will turn into you, and ye shall be tilled and sown. And I will multiply men upon you, all the house of Israel, even all of it. And the city shall be inhabited, and the wastes shall be builded. And I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you after the old estates, and will do better unto you than at your beginnings. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. Yea, I will cause men to walk upon you, even my people Israel. And they shall possess thee, and thou shalt be their inheritance. And thou shalt no more henceforth beweave them of men. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, because they say unto you, thy land devour up men, and has beweaved thy nations. Therefore, the reason why thou shalt devour men no more, neither beweave thy nations any more, said Yahweh Elohim. The last verse that I will read from this part is the 15th verse, and it says, neither will I cause men to hear in thee the shame of the heathen anymore. Neither shall thy bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shall thy cause thy nations to fall anymore, said Yahweh Elohim. In this same chapter, I would like to pick up at the 23rd verse. And it tells us in the 23rd verse, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and I will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes. And ye shall keep my judgments and do them. And it says, and ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. I will also save you from all your uncleannesses, and I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways, and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquity and for your abominations. Not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. Even in the end, it allows us to know, not for your reenactment, nor for your sake, but it continued to allow us to know. Be it known unto you, be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the wastes shall be built, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lie desolate in the sight of all that pass by. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden, and the waste and the desolate and the ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, build the ruined places, and planted that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem, in her solemn feasts. So shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. And Ezekiel continued to prophesy. If we take a look at the 37th chapter, and we find that Ezekiel continues to give the people such an eschatological prophecy. Thus it reads in the 37th chapter, if we pick up at the first verse and read to the 14th verse. And what we find here is more eschatological words of prophecy. Thus it reads, the hand of Yahweh was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of Yahweh, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. Not understanding the eschatological prophecies, not believing in the eschatological prophecies, not having hope in the eschatological prophecies, thus it allows us to know that they were very dry. The third verse reads, and he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered Yahweh Elohim, that thou knowest. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. And what word is being spoken? These prophetic words. Thus the 5th verse reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. This is prophesied. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, prophesy into the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus said Yahweh Elohim, come forth, or come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I obeyed. It reads, so I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say our bones are dry, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore, the reason why, prophesies and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. And I shall place you in your own land. Then shall ye know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it and performed it, said Yahweh. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 25th verse of this same chapter, and we find even more prophecies, even more eschatological prophecies denoting hope and favor and comfort to the children of Israel. For it tells us in the 25th verse of the 37th chapter of Ezekiel, and they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob, my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children and their children's children forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them. And I will place them and multiply them. And I will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forever. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, Yahweh, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. It also tells us, while we find ourselves among Ezekiel prophecies, if we take a look at the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, and let's pick up at the 21st verse, and let's read to the 29th verse. And it allows us to know again throughout this eschatological prophecy that Israel will be restored. Thus it tells us in the 21st verse, and I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, as they see today, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel should know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore, the reason why hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel. And I will be jealous for my holy name. After that they have borne or carried their shame and all their trespasses, whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid, when I had brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and I am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations. Then shall they know that I am Yahweh, their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there. Neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. And as your brother has stated, dealing with this eschatological prophecies, we are concerning ourselves with the heavens and the earth. We are concerning ourselves with both, with spirit and matter. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Daniel, the 7th chapter. Daniel, the 7th chapter, which is the very next book. And what we find in Daniel, the 7th chapter, is more eschatological prophecies denoting what will befall the children of Israel in the end. No matter what situation they found themselves in that present day, these words of truth is forever. They must find themselves back in the land of promise. Thus, we read in Daniel, the 7th chapter. If we take a look at the 25th verse to the 27th verse, Daniel, the 7th chapter, the 25th verse to the 27th verse, and it reads, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of time. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it into the end. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, and let's first take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 40th chapter. Isaiah, the 40th chapter. And what we find in Isaiah, the 40th chapter, and through my research, I find more eschatological prophecies dealing with this prophet Isaiah, than all the prophets. Thus, we see in the 40th chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up at the very first verse, these great words. Comfort ye my people. And remember, your brother stated that the eschatological prophecies denote hope, favor, and comfort. Thus we read and hear the great Isaiah prophesies to the people, comfort ye my people, said your Elohim. Speak ye comfortably into Jerusalem, and cry into her, that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she have received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sins. The voice of him that cried in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of Yahweh, make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain, and the glory of Yahweh shall be revealed into all flesh. It says, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. Thus, we are prophesying it. The voice said, cry. And he said, what shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the goodliness thereof is as the flower of the field. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, because the Spirit of Yahweh blows upon it. Surely the people is grass. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our Elohim shall stand forever. O Zion, that bring good tidings, get thee up into the high mountains. O Jerusalem, that bring good tidings, lift up thy voice with strength. Lift it up, be not afraid. Say into the cities of Yehudah, behold your Elohim. Behold, Yahweh Elohim will come with strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arms, and carry them in his bosom, and shall greatly or gently lead those that are with young. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 27th verse of this same chapter, And what we find in the 27th verse of this same chapter to the 31st verse is these great words. And it reads, Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from Yahweh, and my judgment is passed over from my Elohim. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting Elohim, Yahweh, the creator of the end of the earth, faint not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding. He gives power to the faint, and to them that have no might, he increased strength. Even the young or even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon Yahweh shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Thus it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 60th chapter, which is denoting the future glory of Zion. And it allows us to know what Yahweh had expectation for those that hope in him, that wait for him, that fear him. This great hope denotes favor and comfort. Thus it tells us in the 60th chapter of Isaiah, the very first verse, and it reads, Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahweh shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the Gentiles, the other nations, shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thy eyes round about and see. All they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy sons shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side. Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thy heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted into thee. This is your reparation. The forces of the Gentiles shall come into thee. The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah all day from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praises of Yahweh. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together into thee. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister into thee. They shall come up with acceptance on my altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. Who are these that fly as a cloud and as the dove to their windows? Today, this metaphor denotes planes. It says in the 9th verse, surely the owl shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, into the name of Yahweh thy Elohim, and to the Holy One of Israel, because he hath glorified thee. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor, again, these eschatological prophecies denote hope, favor, and comfort. Thus we see the great Isaiah tells us by way of prophecy, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring into thee the forces, the wealth of the nations, or it reads in many of your books, the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. The 13th verse reads, the glory of Lebanon shall come into thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary. And I will make the place of my feet glorious. The son also of them that afflict thee shall come bending into thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the sole of thy feet. And they shall call thee the city of Yahweh, Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee, I will make thee an external excellency, a joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shall suck the breast of the kings. And thou shalt know that I, Yahweh, am thy Savior, and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood, brass, and for stone, iron. I will also make thy officers peace, and thy extractors righteousness. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. But thou shalt call thy walls salvation, and thy gates praise. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. But Yahweh shall be unto thee an everlasting light, and thy Elohim thy glory. Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thy everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. I, Yahweh, will hasten it in his time. For there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus, it tells us in the 61st chapter of Isaiah, and it reads, starting at the very first verse, the Spirit of Yahweh Elohim is upon me, because Yahweh have anointed me to preach good times and to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all of you that mourn, to appoint to them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. And strangers shall stand and feed your flock, and the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But ye shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boss yourselves. You're not going home to a bunch of tents. All these great houses you done seen with your eyes. Well, you can look and expect the same thing double in your own land. It allows us to know that all the forces of the Gentiles will be converted into thee. You are not going back to no huts. You are going back to glory. It tells us, as the Almighty said, he was going to do us better than he did us in the beginning. And when we walked in the land of Canaan, those houses was already built. Well, you can just think 2 times better than what our fathers seen in the first. Thus it tells us again in the 6th verse, but ye shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boss yourselves. For your shame ye shall have double, and for confusion ye shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be unto them. For I, Yahweh, love judgment. I hate robbery for burnt offerings, and I will direct their work in truth. I will make an everlasting covenant with them, and their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge you, that they are the seed which Yahweh hath blessed. I will greatly rejoice in Yahweh. My soul shall be joyful in my Elohim. For he hath clothed me with the garments of salvation. He hath covered me with the robe of righteousness, as a bridegroom decks himself with ornaments, and as a bride adorn herself with her jewels. For as the earth bring forth her bud, and as the garden cause the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so Yahweh Elohim will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all the nations. It also tells us in the 62nd chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, For Zion's sake will I not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake will I not rest until the righteousness thereof go forth as brightness, and the salvation thereof as the lamp that burns. And the Gentiles, the other nations, shall see thy righteousness, and all kings thy glory. And thou shalt be called by a new name. No more called nigger, no more used or called by a byword, but it says by a new name, which the mouth of Yahweh shall name. Thou shalt also be a crown of glory in the hand of Yahweh, and a royal diadem in the hand of thy Elohim. Thou shalt no more be turned forsaken, neither shall thy land any more be turned desolate. But thou shalt be called Hephzibah, and thy land ruler, for Yahweh delight in thee, and thy land shall be married. For as a young man marries a virgin, so shall thy sons marry thee. And as the bridegroom rejoice over the bride, so shall thy Elohim rejoice over thee. I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace, day nor night. Ye that make mention of Yahweh, keep not silent, and give him no rest, till he establish, until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. Yahweh has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength, surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thy enemies, and thy son and the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine, for the which thou hast labored. But they that gather it shall eat it, and praise Yahweh. And they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. Go through the gates, prepare ye the way of the people. Cast up the highway, gather out the stones, lift up a standard for the people. Behold, Yahweh hath proclaimed unto the end of the world. Say ye to the daughters of Zion, behold thy salvation. Behold, thy salvation comes. Behold, his reward, that which you hoped in, this great favor and comfort. It says, behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. And they shall call them no more the outcast, no more the nigger, but they shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of Yahweh, and thou shalt be called sought out, a city not forsaken. Also, we find if we take a look at the 64th chapter, of Isaiah, and it reads, if we pick up at the very first verse, oh, that thou would rend the heavens, that thou would come down, that the mountains might flow down at thy presence, as when the melting fire burns. The fire causes the water to boil, to make thy name known to thy adversaries, that the nations may tremble at thy presence. When thou did terrible things which we looked not for, thy camest down, the mountain flowed down at thy presence. For since the beginning of the world, men have not heard, nor perceived by the ear, neither have eyes seen, O Elohim, besides thee, what he had prepared for him that wait for him. Thou meetest him that rejoice and workest righteousness. Those that remember thee in thy ways, behold, thou art wroth, for we have sinned. In those is continuance, and we shall be saved. But we are all as an unclean thing, and all our righteousness are as filthy rags. And we all do fade as a leaf, and our iniquity, like the wind, have taken us away. And there is none that call upon thy name, that stir up himself to take hold of thee. For thou hast hid thy face from us, and hast consumed us because of our iniquities. But now, Yahweh, thou art our Father. We are the clay, and thou art potter, and we all are the work of thy hand. Be not wroth very sore, O Yahweh, neither remember iniquity forever. Behold, see, we beseech thee, we are all thy people. The holy city are a wilderness. Zion is a wilderness. Jerusalem a desolation. Our holy and our beautiful houses, where our fathers praised thee, is burnt up with fire, and all our pleasant things are laid waste. Will thou refrain thyself for these things, O Yahweh? Will thou hold thy peace and afflict us very sore? Thus it reads in the 65th chapter. If we pick up at the 17th verse, the answer to that question, it tells us, for behold, I create new heaven and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem, a rejoicing, and her people a joy. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people. And the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. There shall be no more thence an infant of days, nor an old man that have not filled his days. For the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accused or cursed. And they shall build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For as the day of a tree are the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for trouble, for they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh, and their offspring with them. And we know from the beginning, as we started this presentation according to Genesis, the 12th chapter, where it denotes the seed of the blessed. These things are coming around full circle, all the way to the end, from the beginning to the end. It tells us in the 24th verse, and it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. And while they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together as it was in the beginning. And the lion shall eat straw like the bullock, and dust shall be the serpent meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, said Yahweh. And it also tells us one more place to fulfill the great Isaiah prophecies or eschatological prophecies is found in the 66th chapter. And let's pick up at the 6th verse. The 66th chapter, let's pick up at the 6th verse. And it reads, a voice of noise from the city, a voice from the temple, a voice of Yahweh that render recompense to his enemies. Before she traveled, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered with a man-child. Who have heard such a thing? Who have seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation be born at once? For as soon as Zion traveled, she brought forth her children. Shall I bring to the birth and not cause to bring forth, said Yahweh? Shall I cause to bring forth and shut the womb, said thy Elohim? Rejoice ye with Jerusalem, and be glad with her, all ye that love her. Rejoice for joy with her, all ye that mourn for her, that ye may suck and be satisfied with the breasts of her consolation, that ye may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. For thus said Yahweh, behold, I will extend mercy to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream. Then shall ye suck, ye shall be carried upon her side, and be dandled upon her knees, as one whom his mother comforts. So will I comfort you, and ye shall be comforted in Jerusalem. And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb. And the hand of Yahweh shall be known toward his servants, and his indignation toward his enemies. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree, in the midst, eating swine flesh, and the abomination and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith Yahweh. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them into the nations, into Tarshish, into Pul, into Lud, that draw the bow, to Tabel and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the nations. And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto Yahweh out of all nations, upon horses and in chariots and in litters and upon mules and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, said Yahweh, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of Yahweh. And I will also take of them for priests and for Levites, said Yahweh. For as the new heaven and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, said Yahweh, so shall you, or it reads, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, said Yahweh. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be a whoring into all flesh. And also on that note, if we take a quick look to the book of Zechariah, Zechariah, the 14th chapter, just to coincide with what we just read and that which was prophesied in Isaiah, the 66th chapter. Well, Zechariah, the 14th chapter, go hand in hand. So let's go there before we go to the next prophet. Zechariah, the 14th chapter. And what we find in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, and it reads, then shall Yahweh go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fought in the day of battle. the day of battle denoted when he brought his army out of Egypt. It tells us, and his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem, on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof, toward the east and toward the west, and there shall be a very great valley. And behold, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And ye shall flee to the valley of the mountains. For the valley of the mountains shall reach into Azel. Yea, ye shall flee like as ye flee from before the earthquake in the days of Uriah, the king of Yehuda. And Yahweh my Elohim shall come, and all the saints with thee. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to Yahweh, not day nor night, but it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former sea, and half of them toward the hinder sea. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yahweh shall be king over all the earth in that day. And it reads again in the 9th verse, and Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, and his name one. All the land shall be turned as a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, and it shall be lifted up, and the inhabitants in her place, from Benjamin gates, and to the place of the first gate, and to the corner gate, and from the tower of Haniel, and to the king's wine presses. And men shall dwell in it. There shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. And it shall come to pass in that day that a great turmoil from Yahweh shall be among them, and they shall lay hold every one on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall rise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Yehuda also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, a pearl in great abundance. And so shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents as this plague. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. And it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts. Even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacle. This shall be the punishment of Egypt, and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacles. And that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses holiness unto Yahweh, and the pots in Yahweh's house shall be like the bowls before the altar. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Yehudah shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of Yahweh of hosts. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Obadiah, let us turn our scriptures to Obadiah. And it tells us in Obadiah if we pick up at the 15th verse, Obadiah, the 15th verse, and it reads, for the day of Yahweh is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thy own head. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yea, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for Yahweh has spoken it. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they of the plain, the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the captivity of this host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even into Zephyr, and the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Spaniard, shall possess the cities of the south. And saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Micah, the book of Micah, the 4th chapter. But before we go to Micah, the 4th chapter, let me throw Zechariah in one more time. Let's take a look at the 12th chapter of Zechariah. And what do we find in the 12th chapter of Zechariah? Let's pick up at the very first verse. More words of hope, more words of favor and comfort. Thus it reads, the burden, Zechariah 12, verse 1 to 14. The burden of the word of Yahweh for Israel, said Yahweh, which stretched forth the heavens and laid the foundations of the earth and formed the spirit of man within him. As your brother stated, these eschatological prophecies denote not just matter, not just heaven and earth, but also the spirit thereof. Thus it tells us, again in the last sentence of the first verse of the 12th chapter of Zechariah, which stretched forth the heavens and laid the foundations of the earth and formed the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling, and to all the people round about, when they shall be in the siege both against Yehudah and against Jerusalem. And in that day will I make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces, though all the people of the earth be gathered together against it. Please take note. In that day, said Yahweh, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and his rider with madness. And I will open my eyes upon the house of Yehudah, and I will smite every horse of the people with blindness. And the governors of Yehudah shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and Yahweh of hosts their Elohim. In that day will I make the governors of Yehudah like an heath of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf. And they shall devour all people round about, on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. Yahweh also shall save the tents of Yehudah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Yehudah. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be, please take note, it says, in that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, not David, but shall be as David. And the house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel of Yahweh before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David, not on David, but on the house of David, and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and of supplication, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourn for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadad-rimmon in the valley of Megiddon, and the land shall mourn every family apart. The family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart. The family of the house of Nathan, which was the faithful prophet that told David what Yahweh had prophesied, that he will have a son after him. It says apart, and their wives apart. The family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart. The family of Shimei apart, and their wives apart. All the families that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. Now let's go to the book of Micah, the 4th chapter. And it tells us in the book of Micah, the 4th chapter, if we all turn there, please, and pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, but in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of Yahweh shall be established in the top of the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow into it. And many nations shall come and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, and to the house of the Elohim of Yaakov. And he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For the law shall go forth of Zion, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among many people, and rebuke strong nations afar off. And they shall beat their sword into plowshares, and their spears into plumbing hooks. Nations shall not lift up a sword against nations, neither shall they learn war anymore. And we know that ain't happening. There's a war going on now. But they shall sit, every man under his vine, and under his fig tree, and none shall make them afraid. For the mouth of Yahweh, by prophetic message, it reads, for the mouth of Yahweh of hosts has spoken it. For all people will walk everyone in the name of his God, and we will walk in the name of Yahweh our Elohim forever and ever. In that day, said Yahweh, will I assemble her that hope, that's you, and I will gather her that is driven out, and her that I have afflicted, that's you. And I will make her that hope a remnant, and her that was cast far off a strong nation. And Yahweh shall reign over them in Mount Zion from henceforth even forever. And thy, O tower, the flock, the stronghold of the daughters of Zion, and to thee shall it come. Even the first dominion, the kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem. The same kingdom we read about in Daniel, the 7th chapter. It tells us in the 9th verse, now why does thy cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselors perished? For pains have taken thee as a woman in travail. It tells us, be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shall thy go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shall thou be delivered. There Yahweh shall redeem thee from the hand of thy enemies. Now also many nations are gathered against thee, that say, let her be defiled, and let our eyes look upon Zion. But they know not the thought, the eschatological prophecies of Yahweh, neither understand they his counsel. For he alone shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor. Arise and thrust, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thy horn iron. I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people, and I will concentrate their gain into Yahweh, and their substance into Yahweh of the whole earth. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, I would like to include these words that is found in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. And what we find in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, if we all turn there, please. If we pick up at the 11th verse and read to the 14th verse, it tells us, Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, starting at the 11th verse, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you. And if you want to know, all you got to do is read these eschatological prophecies. It says, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. And ye shall look, it says, and ye shall seek me, and find me, when ye shall search for me with all your heart. And I will be found of you, said Yahweh, and I will turn away your captivity. And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, said Yahweh. And I will bring you again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look at the very next chapter, Jeremiah 30. We almost coming to a close. I can only produce what is written, so we don't have a whole lot of more scriptures that denote eschatological prophecies. So we're going to bring that which we have left out for the people can hear and fear and depart from evil, and then we will open up for comments and questions. But before we do, let us all turn our holy scriptures to Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. And let's pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah, another prophet that will prophesy these great truths, from Yahweh saying, thus speak Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, write thee all the words that I have spoken into thee in a book. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel and Yehudah, said Yahweh. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Yahweh speaks concerning Israel and concerning Yehudah. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man does travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his lions, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is, Israel, even the time of your troubles, it reads. It is even the time of Jacob's troubles. But you shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and I will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him, but they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up into them. Therefore fear thy not, O my servant Jacob, said Yahweh, neither be dismayed, O Israel. For lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed, you and I, from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make them afraid. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee, though I make a full end of all the nations, whether I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. So no matter how much we have endured, the children of Israel is still upon the earth. As your brother has stated many times, the seed of David, the seed of Levi, all of them are on the earth. They have to be on the earth for Yahweh to fulfill these great eschatological prophecies, for them to come back. You got to be alive to be brought back. Thus it reads, yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will, as he hath done, correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. And that's why we are punished. For thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable. Thy wound is grievous. You're wounded, as your brother stated, dealing with the dry bones. I said, and I will continue to preach, you're not dead, but you're truly wounded. The 13th verse reads, there is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bounded up. Thou hast no healing medicine. All thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I have wounded thee. You are truly wounded with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sins were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sin were increased. I have done these things unto thee. And your sins, or their sin, were increased in the land. It's speaking about all that Yahweh, all that Israel did against Yahweh in the land. Thus it reads. And note, throughout all these eschatological prophecies, it speaks about nothing of what we are to do until he came to save us. It just allowed us to know that you was going to find yourself in hell, that you was going to find yourself in a funky situation, that you was going to find yourself in trouble. But Yahweh was going to save you out of it. We just read that we have no healing medicine. There is nothing that we can do to heal us before he saves us. Thus it reads. Again in the 15th verse, why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sin were increased. I have done these things unto thee. Therefore, please take note. The hope, the favor, the comfort, the reversal of your punishment being placed on the enemy. As you read in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse. After you get done serving them, Yahweh will judge them, and you will come out with a great substance. And we have read several chapters and verses that great substance denoted the forces, the wealth of the nations being converted into thee. Thus we find in the 16th verse, therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured. That is what it says in Genesis 12, they that curse thee shall be cursed. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. For I alone will restore health into thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called you a nigger, because they called you an outcast, saying, this is Zion, whom no man seeketh after. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob, tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palaces shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of you shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply you, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me. Well, before this day, there is no congregation. And I will punish all that oppress them, and their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them, because Yehuda is right here with us. Levi is right here with us. We just don't know who they is until Yahweh do what he promised. And I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to approach unto me? No one before you make them clean, said Yahweh. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh go forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The furious anger of Yahweh shall not return until he have done it, and until he have performed the intent of his heart. In the last days, in the latter days, ye shall consider it, as we are considering the eschatological prophecies this day. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. And let's read the first 14 verses. For it allows us to know how good it is when Yahweh remembers the covenant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. Thus it reads, at the same time, said Yahweh, will I be the Elohim of all the families of Israel, and they shall be my people. Thus said Yahweh, the people which were left of the sword found grace in the wilderness, even Israel, when I went to cause him to rest. But we got people saying, no, we resting already, Yahweh. We don't even need you to come and get us. We are already keeping the Sabbath. And it allows us to know the Sabbath you're doing denotes death, because we reading the words of life. It tells us in the 3rd verse, Yahweh have appeared of old unto me, saying, yea, I have loved thee with an everlasting love. Therefore with loving kindness have I drawn thee. Again I will build thee, and thou shalt be built, O virgin of Israel. Thou shalt again be adorned with thy tabrets, and shall go forth in the dance of them that make merry. Thou shalt yet plant vines upon the mountain of Samaria. The planters shall plant, and shall eat them as common things. For there shall be a day that the watchmen upon the Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion, and to Yahweh our Elohim. For thus said Yahweh, Sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Publish ye, praise ye, and say, Yahweh save thy people. Who? Is it us? The remnant of Israel. Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travel with child. Together a great company shall return tighter. They shall come with weeping, and with supplication will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of water in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahweh, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, as I have taught over and over and over, He that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. For Yahweh hath redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Therefore they shall come and sing in the heights of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of Yahweh, for wheat and for wine, for all and for the young, or for the young of the flock and of the herd, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the day, both young men and old together, for I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them. Again, hope, favor, and comfort. It tells us in the end that I and will comfort them and make them rejoice from their sorrow. And I will saturate the soul of the priest with fatness, and my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, said Yahweh. And it also allows us to know in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 27th verse, and it reads, Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and with the seed of beast. And it shall come to pass that like as I have watched over them, to pluck up, to break down, and to throw down, and to destroy, and to afflict what we have brought forth dealing with the eschatological prophecies, it allows us to know, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, said Yahweh. In those days they shall say no more, the father hath eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge, but everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. Again, it tells us, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, said Yahweh. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, said Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their heart, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know Yahweh, for they shall all know me, from the least of them and to the greatest of them, said Yahweh. For I alone will forgive their iniquity, and I alone will remember their sin no more. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 32nd chapter, and let's pick up at the 32nd verse. Excuse me. The 36th verse. Jeremiah 32, verse 36. And it reads, And now, therefore, thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, concerning this city, whereof ye say, it shall be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. Behold, I will gather them out of all countries, whether I have driven them in my anger, and in my fury, and in great wrath. And I will bring them again into this place, and I will cause them to dwell safely. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. And I will give them one heart and one way, that they may fear me forever, for the good of them and of their children after them. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, that I will not turn away from them to do them good, but I will put my fear in their hearts, that they shall not depart from me. Yea, I will rejoice over them to do them good, and I will plant them in this land assuredly with my whole heart and with my whole soul. You are planted at that day. For thus said Yahweh, like as I have brought all this evil, or all this great evil upon this people, so will I bring upon them all the good that I have promised them, that we have read all day thus far. And fields shall be brought into this land, whereof ye say it is desolate, without man or beast. It is given into the hand of the Chaldeans. Men shall buy fields for money, and subscribe evidence and seal them and take witness in the land of Benjamin and in the places about Jerusalem and in the cities of Yehuda and in the cities of the mountains and the cities of the valley and in the cities of the south, for I will cause their captivity to return, said Yahweh. Also, we find in the very next chapter, if we pick up at the 6th verse, and let's read to the 16th verse, these great words. And it reads, behold, I will bring it health and cure, and I will cure them, and will reveal into them the abundance of peace and truth. And I will cause the captivity of Yehuda and the captivity of Israel to return, and will build them as at the first. Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, we at the 8th verse. And it reads, and I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against me. And I will pardon all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned and whereby they have transgressed against me. And it shall come, and it shall be to me a name of joy, a praise, and an honor before all the nations of the earth. We shall hear all the good. Right now they don't hear nothing but the bad. They don't hear nothing but the trouble that I do into them. And they shall fear when they hear it, and tremble for all the goodness and for all the prosperity that I procure into it. Thus said Yahweh again, there shall be heard in this place, which ye say shall be desolate, without men, without beasts, even in the city of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem that are desolate, without man, without inhabitants, and without beasts, the voice of joy, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, the voice of the voice of the bride, the voice of them that shall say, praise Yahweh, or the voice of them that shall say, Hallelujah of hosts. For Yahweh is good, for his mercy endures forever, and of them that shall bring the sacrifice of praise into the house of Yahweh. For I will cause to return the captivity of the land as at the first, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, again in this place, which is desolate, without man and without beast, and all the cities thereof shall be an inhabitation of shepherds, causing their flock to lie down. In the cities of the mountain, in the cities of the vale, in the cities of the south, in the land of Benjamin, in the places about Jerusalem, in the cities of Yehuda, shall the flock pass again under the hand of him that telled them, said Yahweh. Behold, Israel, the days come, said Yahweh, that I alone will perform that good thing which I have promised unto the house of Israel and to the house of Yehuda. In those days and at that time will I cause the branch of righteousness to grow up into David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land. The last verse I will read is the 16th verse, and it reads, in those days, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, in those days shall Yehuda be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely, and this is the name wherewith Jerusalem shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. Also, it tells us if we take another look in the book of Isaiah, the 48th chapter. Isaiah, the 48th chapter. And I'll start at the very first verse. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 48th chapter, and this is a chapter that denotes the words of Yahweh's truth. It allows us to know that Yahweh told our fathers the end to the beginning. And it allows us to know that Yahweh holds the future of Israel. Not just the future of Israel, but the future of the entire earth. Thus, it tells us, dealing with this future, dealing with these eschatological prophecies, it tells us, hear ye this, O house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel, and are come forth out of the waters of Yehudah, which swear by the name of Yahweh, and make mention of the Elohim of Israel, but not in truth, nor in righteousness. For they call themselves of the holy city, and they stay themselves upon the Elohim of Israel. Yahweh of hosts is his name. I have declared the former things from the beginning, and they went forth out of my mouth, and I showed them. I did them suddenly, and they came to pass, because I knew that thou art abstinent, and thy neck is an iron sinew, and thy brow brass. I have even from the beginning declared it to thee. And we started from the beginning. Before it came to pass, I showed it thee, lest I should say, my idol have done them, and my graven image and my molten image have commanded them. Thou hast heard, see all this, and will not ye declare it? I have shown thee new things from this time, even hidden things, and thou did not know them. They are created now, not from the beginning, even before the day when thou heardest them not, lest thou should say, behold, I knew them. Yea, thou heard not, yea, thou knewest not. Yea, from that time that thy ear was not open, for I knew that thou would deal very treacherously, and was called a transgressor from the womb. For my name's sake will I defer my anger, not for your acts, not for your reenactment, not for you doing the best you can. It tells us, for my name's sake will I defer my anger, and for my praise will I refrain for thee, that I cut thee not off. Behold, I have refined thee, but not with silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction. The same affliction, or the same words used for when Israel were in Egypt, the furnace of affliction. For my own sake Even for my own sake will I do it. For how should my name, please take note, anytime you find yourself in the enemy's land, Yahweh's name is being profaned. Well, he's saying he will do it for his own sake. And then it says, how shall my name be polluted, and I will not give my glory into another. Hearken unto me, Jacob, Israel my called, I am he. I am the first, I am the last. My hand also have laid the foundations of the earth, and my right hand has spanned the heavens when I called into thee, or called into them. They stand up together. All ye assemble yourselves and hear, which among them have declared these things? No one. Yahweh have loved him. He will do his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be on the Chaldeans. Even I have spoken. Yeah, I have called him. I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. Come ye near unto me. Hear ye this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was. There am I. And now Yahweh Elohim and his spirit have sent me. Thus said Yahweh, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which teach thee to profit, which lead thee by the way that thou should go. Oh, that thou hast hearkened unto my commandments, then had thy peace been as a river, and thy righteousness as the wave of the sea. Thy seed also had been as the sand, and the offsprings of thy bowels like the gravel thereof. His name should have not been cut off, nor destroyed from before me. Go ye forth of Babylon, free ye from the Chaldees, with a voice of singing. Declare ye, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth. Say ye, Yahweh have redeemed his servant Jacob, and they thirst not when he led them through the desert. He caused the waters to flow over out of the rock. For them he cleaved the rock also, and the water gushed out. There is no peace, said Yahweh, unto the wicked. Another place I would like to go to right quick before we close on this great matter is the book of Joel. Let us turn to the book of Joel. The book of Joel. And let's take a look at the second chapter. The book of Joel. The second chapter. And let's pick up at the 12th verse. Joel, the second chapter, and let's pick up at the 12th verse. We're doing real good time. And it reads, Therefore also now, said Yahweh, turn ye even to me with all your heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning. Note, turn ye even to me. How? Reenact the law, it says, with your heart, with fasting, with weeping, and with mourning. And rend your heart, and not your garments, and turn unto Yahweh your Elohim. For he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repents him of the evil. Who knows if he will return and repent and leave a blessing behind him, even a meat offering and a drink offering unto Yahweh your Elohim. Blow the trumpet in Zion, sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly, gather the people, sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders, gather the children and those that suck the breast. Let the bridegroom go forth of his chamber, and the bride out of her closet. Let the priests, the ministers of Yahweh, weep between the porch and the altar, and let them say, spare thy people, Yahweh, and give not thy heritage to reproach, that the heathen shall rule over them. Wherefore should they say among the people, where is their Elohim? Then will Yahweh be jealous for his land and pity his people. Yea, Yahweh will answer and say unto his people, behold, I will send you corn and wine and oil, and ye shall be satisfied therewith. And I will no more make you a reproach among the heathen, but I'll remove far off from you the northern army, and will drive him into the land barren and desolate, with his face toward the east, sea, and his hinder part toward the uttermost sea. And his stank shall come up, and his ill Savior shall come up, because he hath done great things. Fear not, O land, be glad and rejoice, for Yahweh will do great things. Be not afraid, ye beasts of the field, for the pasture of the wilderness do spring, for the tree bears her fruit, the fig tree and the vine do yield their strength. Be glad then, ye children of Zion, and rejoice in Yahweh your Elohim, for he hath given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause to come down for you the rain, the former rain, and the latter rain in the first month. And the floors shall be full of wheat, and the fat shall overflow with wine and oil. And I will restore to you the year that the locust hath eaten, and the cracker worm, and the caterpillar, and the palmer worm, my great army which I sent among you. And it shall eat in plenty, and ye, shall eat in plenty, and be satisfied, and praise the name of Yahweh your Elohim, that have dealt wondrously with you, and my people shall never be ashamed. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am Yahweh your Elohim, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass afterwards that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions, and also upon the servants and upon the handmaids in those days will I pour out my spirit. And I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day Yahweh come. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of Yahweh shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as Yahweh hath said, and in the remnant whom Yahweh shall call. While we find ourselves in the book of Joel, Let's take a look at the 3rd chapter, and let's pick up at the 16th verse. And what we find written here is more great words of hope, of favor, and comfort. Thus it tells us in the 16th verse of the 3rd chapter of Joel, Yahweh also shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth shall shake, but Yahweh will be the hope of his people and the strength of the children of Israel. Ye shall know that I am Yahweh your Elohim, dwelling in Zion, my holy mountain. Then shall Jerusalem be holy, and there shall no stranger pass through her anymore. As you find all those strangers over there today. And it shall come to pass in that day that the mountain shall drop down new wine, and the hills shall flow with milk, and all the rivers of Yehudah shall flow with water, and a fountain shall come forth of the house of Yahweh, and shall water the valley of Shittim. Egypt shall be a desolation, Edom shall be a desolate wilderness, for the violence against the children of Yehudah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land. But Yehudah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem from generation to generation. For I alone will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for Yahweh dwells in Zion. And I want to go one more place before I end this presentation with a song. And that place I think I want to go, let me find it right quick. I think I want to go to Hosea, but let me find it. Micah. One more time in Micah. And it's the 7th chapter. Micah, the 7th chapter. Micah, the 7th chapter. We're going to pick up at the 14th verse. Micah, the 7th chapter, we're going to pick up at the 14th verse, read to the 20th verse. And then we will end this presentation with 2 psalms and open up for comments and questions. It tells us in Micah, the 7th chapter, the 14th verse, feed thy people with thy rod, the flock of thy heritage, which dwell solitarily in the woods, in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. According to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt, will I show unto him marvelous things. The nations shall see and be confounded at all their might. They shall lay their hands upon their mouth. Their ears shall be deaf. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. They shall be afraid of Yahweh our Elohim, and shall fear because of you. Who is a Elohim like into thee. That pardons. Look what Yahweh gonna do. Look how you become clean. It says, who pardons iniquity and pass by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage. He retained not his anger forever because of these eschatological prophecies. It reads, because he delight in mercy. He will turn away, he will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. Words of hope, words of favor, words of comfort. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. And thy will cast all, please take note, all their sins into the depths of the sea. Thy will perform the truth to Jacob and the mercy, what we read in Genesis 12 and 15, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. Let me end this by reading. Let us all turn to Psalms 149. I want to read in closing Psalms 149 and 150 together. So once we leave the last verse of 49, we go straight into 150. And then we will open up for comments and questions. Psalms 149. For I find these are two great praises of Yahweh based on what we have declared this day. Psalms 149 and Psalms 150. And it reads, Hallelujah! Sing unto Yahweh a new song, in his praise in the congregation of saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For Yahweh take pleasure in his people. He will beautify the meek. How? With salvation. Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Let the high praises of Elohim be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand. To do what? To execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people. To bind their kings with chains and their nobles with feathers of iron. To execute upon them the judgment written. This honor have all his saints. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise Elohim in his sanctuary. Praise him in the firmament of his power. Praise him for his mighty acts. Praise him according to his excellent greatness. Praise him with the sound of the trumpet. Praise him with the psaltery and harp. Praise him with the timbrel and dance. Praise him with string instruments and organs. Praise him upon the loud cymbals. Praise him upon the high-sounding cymbals. Let everything that have breath praise Yahweh. Hallelujah. That will be the end of the presentation called Behold the Eschatological Prophecies. We will open up for comments and questions. Give your brother 1 second before you start your comments and your questions. Shalom, Israel. I'm ready. Is there any comments or questions?
This is Abby in Atlanta, and I'd like to know if I can get copies of your last 2 classes.
Say that again.
If you record your classes, I would like to get a copy of your last 2 classes that you did.
Yes, you can. And they also posted on YouTube. Is you subscribed to YouTube?
Yeah, but I pulled up the House of Yeshurun, but I couldn't get it.
I know they're there, but I can send them to you by way of messenger, I guess. Yeah. And who is this I'm talking to again?
This is obvious. In Atlanta. You don't like to have them on a CD?
Not on the CD. No, they are recorded. We record them from the computer and we put them on YouTube. I know both of them there. I know that for a fact.
Okay, so what do I need to do to get to these classes?
Put in the House of Yeshurun. Make the House of Yeshurun. Y, and it's not spelled with a J. It's spelled with a Y. YESHURUN.
Okay, thank you.
You should see a golden lion or something like that, and that's us.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If you don't get it after that, you can contact me at area code 513-259-5080.
Okay, thank you so much.
More than welcome. Is there any comments or questions? No comments or questions based on these great words of hope, favor, and comfort?
Great teaching as always.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Almighty. Yeah.
Did y'all truly get to see? Was your eyes open to see what we are truly waiting on?
Yes. Somebody else talk.
Did anybody hear about us going to heaven?
No. Shalom. No. Shalom, Elder Samuel.
Shalom, sister. Who we speaking to and where you from?
This is Shauna, the lady that was speaking to you earlier about, all week long listening to, even family members speaking about heaven and all that. And then on the news right now, what's going on in the land, with a lot of people in Christianity still being taught that the people that's in the land, those Jewishes, the issues, being the people of the book, and they are not. And and speaking about heaven, but all this they're not even safe in the land. You know, Yah, when you were teaching, was showing that, you know, his people, when he put them in the land, they are going to dwell safely.
Absolutely.
They're not going to be going through all the things that they are going through. And just bringing it out because it's matching up with what's going on right now in the news. And this was good encouragement because you can easily get distracted right now looking at what's going on and then listening to the Christians. You'll be saying, you know, you can fall off and say, hey, I guess they are the people if you're not really focused. But this teaching just brings back the real reality and the comfort, the hope that we are waiting on Yah. Nobody said go over there and try to take it from them. You mentioned earlier that some people have gone over there and say, hey, we fighting for our inheritance. You know, what you read it is Yah's matter. Yah is going to defeat his people in his time.
Absolutely. And those people supposed to be those people that's inhabited in the land right now should be there because those are the people that's going to be judged. Those are the people that's going to be destroyed. Those are the people that's going to get, that allows us to know that the eschatological prophecies going to come true because the Almighty had told us in the book of wisdom, the wicked is created for the day of destruction. So you got to have somebody there to destroy to bring us back.
It's very evident of what's going on that Yah have them there, and they doing just what Yah expected them to do. He didn't tell us to go and fight for our land.
No, we're gonna be brought back to that land like a flock, and Yahweh is going to be the shepherd. And when He plant us there, we're not going to move no more.
Mm-hmm.
And it allows us to know.
And it's definitely not flowing with wine and milk and honey. I mean, the French is dropping bombs on them, and the French people told them they wasn't the people. So it's just, you know, it's all in Yah's timing.
Yes, ma'am. And it allows us to know that the people over there is not us. The wars and things that's going on over there allows us to know that the eschatological prophecies have not been fulfilled yet, because if they were, there wouldn't be any wars going on in 2023.
And Yah definitely is going to keep the bond of the covenant. It's showing the evidence that He's going to keep the bond of the covenant that He said, because they don't have any peace. They're not dwelling in safety. So this is very evident without us seeing Yah with our natural eye. We just looking at what's going on, it should be evident that Yah has not forgotten, and everything is really just playing out very strongly right now.
Absolutely, and it also allowed us to know that these eschatological prophecies deal with the heaven and the earth and the spirit upon man.
And you brought out the fact that Yah said under the whole kingdom of the earth that all the lands are going to be all the land's going to be given to His people. You read that?
Absolutely, they're going to be all the land. All the lands is going to praise Yahweh and His people, and they're going to speak about how their fathers have lied. Well, what is the lies? What we talking about now? People saying that they are the Israelites and all that. Well, when the Almighty bring forth these eschatological prophecies, they said the children of those people should say that we have truly inherited lies. Now we know that y'all are the holy people, even though you were sent here in our land to be captives. So the truth is going to be revealed. Right now, we got mass shows that come on every day trying to figure out who is the children of Israel. Could people in America be the children of Israel? Well, when the Almighty bring forth these prophecies and fulfill them, the world would know that the people that we was calling niggers is truly the remnant of Yahweh.
And understanding, too, that they're going to understand that we were sent into captivity for our ancestors' iniquities.
Absolutely.
That's what it said. And what you know, and why Yah has turned His face from us.
Absolutely.
But when you was reading, it did say about the land being given to his people too.
Well, it's talking about it was actually talking about our land and all the spoil and all the forces and all the wealth of the nations will be converted to us. We only need our land. There is only one promised land, and that land, the land that belongs to us, is the glory of all land. So we don't need nothing less than the glory. So we're going to be the recipients of the glory, but all the wealth, all the forces of all the Gentiles will be converted into us. And I made a statement because a lot of people don't understand these great words. They think we're going to go back home and live in tents. I've seen how our brothers and sisters in Dimona, Africa live, in Dimona, Israel live. And it does not denote the glory. It does not denote the wealth of all the Gentiles being converted into us. They've started out with a few apartment buildings. Now they done made and build a few more houses. But it is not the lavish. It is not the glory. It is not the prosperity. So it denotes and it points the finger at our brothers and sisters that you are not the people that the Almighty prophesies that will be there in the last days.
And lastly, I just wanted to make another comment. It's evident too that when Yah comes before His people, reading about how the mountains fall under the desert. It's going to be a highway made in the desert for Yah, and how the mountains flatten even when Yah comes, and how dark it will be, but Yah's light everybody gonna see. I mean, imagining you can't see the person next to you is that dark, but yet everybody can see Yah. Ain't nobody gonna miss Yah. He's gonna make it where everybody can see Him, but yet it's going to be a dark day.
Absolutely, and we're gonna
imagine not being in such blackness that I can't see my feet and my hands or anybody standing next to me or anything in front of me or behind me.
What that is saying is that we will be able to see one another. We will be able to walk in that darkness with this great light that denote Yahweh, and there's nothing new under the sun. If you remember the story of the children of Israel coming out of Egypt, that same thing happened. The Almighty made it dark that we was able to see, but the Egyptians on their chariots was not.
So replay. Okay, same thing, same scenario.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun. Is there any other comments or questions? That's very wisely spoken, my sister. Is there any other comments or questions?
Elder Batia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when we read in the scripture, and it says that Yah said He would plead with us. This is a form of judgment, or He judging His people?
Say that again.
We was reading the book of Ezekiel when He was saying, I would plead with you. He's talking about He would be, that's a form in a judging. I know He don't have to plead with nobody. So I guess that plead would be a form He would be judging His people at that time.
Yes, and a lot of times when you're dealing with the judgment, many people, and I have been taught the same thing, I have been taught that we are being judged today. Or no, let me rephrase that the Almighty is going to come back and judge us for how we live in hell. Well, that is not true. When I say we, our fathers have already been judged. We are recipients of the punishment of that judgment. When the Almighty plead for us, it's just like in the court. You got two people and you got the judge. Well, the Almighty is allowing you to know that you are going to win the judgment. You're going to win the judgment. So whoever loses the judgment is the one that is going to be punished. We are already punished. So the Almighty going to plead with us. And what chapter and verse do you know off the top of your head you was talking about?
Let's see. I think that was Ezekiel 20 and 33.
Ezekiel 20.
And you did 33 through 44, so somewhere in there.
Verse 20, 33.
Yeah, you did. The 20th chapter, verses 33 to 44. So somewhere in between there. I don't know exactly which one the verse is.
Okay, I wanted to go straight to the particular verse that I stated.
Okay.
Yes, in the 36th verse. In the 36th verse of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, it says, like I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you. What do that mean? How did the Almighty plead with our fathers when they came out of Egypt? Do anybody remember?
How he pleaded?
Yeah.
He pleaded with us.
He rescued us.
Yes, he showed forth the salvation. He pleaded with us by showing his mighty strength, by delivering us, by showing us salvation. So the Almighty is saying, just like I pleaded with your fathers in Egypt, so will I plead with you. A lot of people believe there's another way that we're going to come out of this mess. He's letting us know the same way I brought your fathers out of their troubles, so will I plead with you. That's all it's saying. And we hoping in these words. We hoping that we be in the wilderness. We hoping that we have the opportunity to choose life and death. Because today we have never had that opportunity. How have you had that opportunity when you was born in hell, when you was born in trouble? So you got to be brought out the trouble to be a recipient of this hope, this favor, and this comfort. And he promised us that he will bring or plead with you just like he pleaded with your fathers that he brought out of Egypt.
Well, would that be the same one as in Isaiah 66:16, where it says, for by fire and his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh? Is that similar difference?
Yes, he's going to plead with all flesh, just like he pleaded with the all flesh of the Egyptians when he brought the Israelites out. He's not pleading with you. He's not punishing you. None of those words denote you being punished. All the words I done read all day denote you being saved. Every one of them. Great comment. Great questions. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Elbati again. Could you explain Jacob's trouble again?
Jacob's trouble denote what you find yourself in. Jacob's troubles denote trials and tribulations. Jacob's troubles denote oppression. Jacob's troubles denote the anger and all the misfortunes we find ourselves enduring. Anything that denote bad is Jacob's troubles. The curses that we find ourselves under, how we are treated here, and all that denotes Jacob's troubles. But the Almighty promised that he will save you out of them. And if you want a biblical interpretation of that, all you got to do is go back to Jeremiah 30. Because Jeremiah 30 allows you to know biblically what those troubles denote. And let me show you where it is. Jeremiah 30. It says, in the 7th verse, alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Well, let's go further. Let's start reading at the 16th verse, and it reads, Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured. So what is one of the troubles? Now I'm asking the question. What is one of the troubles?
Being devoured.
Being devoured. And all thy adversaries, you got adversaries, that's part of the troubles. All thy adversaries, every one of them should go into captivity. So captivity is what? One of the troubles, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they that spoil thee, spoil is what? One of the troubles.
Yes, it is.
It says, all they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. And all that pray, them praying on us, is troubles for us. That ain't no peace. That's troubles for us. There go another trouble. And then the 17th verse says, for I will restore health into thee. Well, us not having health is one of the troubles. Us being afflicted and chastised is one of the troubles. So this is allowing us to know that the Almighty going to put these troubles on the enemy, because these are the troubles you had endured. So these words here denote the troubles.
Okay.
This is a great biblical interpretation of that 7th verse. The Almighty tells us about Jacob being saved out of the troubles, and then when it pick up at the 10th verse, it says, therefore fear thy not, O my servant Jacob, said Yahweh, neither be dismayed, O Israel. For lo, I will save thee from afar, from your troubles, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee, though I make a full end of all the nations whither I have scattered thee. Yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. And that denotes the troubles that they was able to display upon us, but Yahweh going to save you out of it, and he going to punish them, as he promised Abraham in Genesis, the 12th chapter. They that curse thee shall be what? They that curse thee shall be what, Israel?
Cursed.
Cursed, not blessed, cursed. That is the troubles. Us finding ourselves in hell. Us finding ourselves in captivity. Us finding ourselves being the prey. Us finding ourselves being the spoil. That is the trouble. But we will be saved out of it. Thus, we were able to use these verses as eschatological prophecies, because we are not saved yet.
Okay.
Great.
I have another question that was asking me that, this is Elder Bati again, and I'm going to ask it of you. I think I know the answer, but I'll let you answer it. The question was, is there any word of truth that we cannot warm our food that has already been prepared the day before the chosen day?
What? Say that again.
I know that we can. Okay, this probably dealing with, this question of X is dealing probably with the 7th day. And it says, there anywhere in the word of truth that we can't warm food that has already been prepared the day before y'all chosen day to refresh? Like today is the 7th day, and it's anywhere that, the food was cooked yesterday, can it not be? It's anywhere in Scripture that we cannot warm it on today.
So is that question, that don't sound like a question dealing with the eschatological prophecies.
No, it's
that
not.
Sound like,
it's just a question.
Okay, that sounds like a question dealing with Exodus, the 16th chapter, dealing with the Sabbath.
Okay, yeah. It's not dealing with
Well, again, Israel, we are not, and all of those great words we just read should have put everybody on alert to let you know that you are not under the covenant of the law. What you just asked me denotes the covenant of the law.
Right, 7 days.
We're not under the covenant of the law. The Almighty just gave us several chapters and verses that denote eschatological prophecies, and all those chapters and verses told us that we will be reestablished once we are saved. If we ain't saved, how in the heck are we observing the Sabbath? The day before or the day after?
Mm-hmm. So the answer is yes, you can warm your food, cook your food, and whatever. Or we in captivity.
Yes, ma'am. You in captivity.
Okay.
I mean, we are. The Scripture tells us, Israel. The Scripture tells us, especially if we were under the covenant of the law, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all of us said, amen. Well, we're not under the law today. So I will be a fool to try to teach you to do something that Yahweh commanded Israel that was under the law. That's backwards. We're waiting on that. We just left Ezekiel the 20th chapter. He said he will plead with us as he pleaded with our father. Well, did they keep the Sabbath in Egypt?
No.
All right, then. All right, then.
No, they didn't.
All right, then.
Some of our people think they did.
Well, based on what you think and based on what is written, we started off with Proverbs 3 and 5. Trust not in your own ways. In all thy ways acknowledge Yahweh. So we're going to acknowledge him. Just like that question you just asked me, I acknowledge Yahweh, and the answer is we are not under the covenant of the law, nor are we under the Sabbath. The Sabbath is part of the covenant of the law. It was made known to the children of Israel in Exodus, the 16th chapter.
Right.
They were out of Egypt.
That's right.
That's right. Well,
it's a hard pill to swallow.
So when we leave out of our captivity, ask me that question then, and then I'll tell you exactly what's written. I'll tell you exactly what's written.
Well, this Shalom Elder Sammy, this is Shauna again. I just had another comment about something that came to me also about what you was teaching today. You were naming, it's listed as you was reading, naming some of these nations that participated, and it's evident that it must have been a secret treaty, I think, like it's written in Psalm 81 or 81. Psalms 81 is very evident because you were naming like Tarshish and cities like that. Even though I don't know for sure at this moment, I have to research it, but in vibration, I feel like Tarshish sounds Italian or Greek or something like that. And these nations are going by different names. See, they done hid themselves by changing their names and changing ours too, trying to hide from y'all. But apparently, y'all gonna call them just who they are, and he know exactly who they are.
Oh, yeah, and I said 81 is 83, but absolutely. And these people, the names that you read in 83 was nations that was among Israel, that was in the vicinity of Israel. And all of them was saying, as it says in Ezekiel 20 or Ezekiel 36, aha. They all laughed at us. They all wanted to see us destroyed. And some of them even put their hands in our pockets, put their hands on our possessions. Thus it told us in Zechariah the 14th chapter, everybody that fought against Israel would be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
All the nations. It ain't just talking about United States. It wasn't just talking about Babylon. It wasn't just talking about Assyria. It's talking about all the nations. And the Almighty let us know that he put all the nations against us. So all the nations is going to be punished. And those that are left, the remnant of the nations that are being destroyed, will have to come to Zion, will have to come up to the Feast of Tabernacles. If not, they will die also.
Mm-hmm.
And all the forces of the nations will be converted into thee.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how rich you're going to be in that day? Can you imagine how prosperous you're going to be in that day? And we got brothers teaching that we're going to go back in tents. All these TV shows you watch dealing with these beautiful houses and mansions, that is what you're going to receive.
Right.
You ain't going to be in the house you got right now. You're not going to be in the projects. The Almighty ain't saving you to put you in the project.
Right. Because we were supposed to be recipients of it anyway. But
you're going to be a recipient. You're going to be a recipient of a double reward.
Exactly.
Because you was a recipient of a double punishment. So when you relieved, when you're saved, you're going to be a recipient. And he even said he was going to do you better than he did you in the first.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a glorious land in that day.
Right.
You ain't going to need for nothing, brothers and sisters. Today you are need for everything. And that day you're not. The opposite of needing for everything is nothing. So when the day he saved you, you're not going to need nothing.
Yes. Come on with it.
Your children going to live long. You're going to live long. You ain't going to bring forth no children for trouble. They're going to be for joy. Today they for trouble. Today they for trouble. We worry about our children every day. And that day, that worry is gone.
Right. Right.
It's the opposite of what you're enduring, sisters and brothers. You're going to receive the opposite of what you are enduring. So if you poor today, and that day you're going to be rich. It's the opposite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No.
Great question.
Okay.
Keep them coming. Is there any other comments or questions?
Okay, here comes another question. Hold on.
And we got 2 minutes per question, so you got to make sure ain't nobody else got a question. But go ahead.
Okay, it's Yahanya.
Go ahead, sister.
I have a brother who is in love with our African, I guess, brothers and sisters in Africa.
Yes, ma'am.
And he keeps saying that they're our people. And I was trying to explain to him that they were Confederate against us as well. I keep trying to explain it to him, but he's all into the UNIA, the what you call that UNIA with the all Negro leaders. Yes. It's called All Nation. He done went over there and got one pregnant over there. For himself making another thing, making some more tribes of Israel.
My brother did the same thing.
So what? And just like my brother just said, our fathers did the same thing. Many times, as I stated, many times when we ran from prosecution, we ran into Egypt. You find many times, even though we came out of Egypt, by way of captivity. We found later on in retrospect, a lot of times that we ran from the captivity of Assyria or the captivity of Babylon, we ran into Africa. We always did that, even during the days of the Romans. And even though a lot of people try to relate that to Christianity, we still know that Romans was one of the beasts that Daniel spoke about in the 7th chapter. So when the Roman prosecution came upon us, history teaches us that we ran further into Africa. And why wouldn't we? If the white man was chasing you, you black, where else would you run? You wouldn't run to Asia, because they would see. They said, hey, it's right there. We can distinguish this black man and this black woman from the Asians. But if they ran into Egypt or further into Africa, Sudan or wherever, the enemy could not distinguish you from them. Why not? Because y'all all look alike. So many times when you read your Holy Scripture, you find that that's where our people ran. Today, we are scattered on the four corners of the earth. Today, even though you can find scriptures where the Africans was against you, and I just stated one nation, the Egyptians, that's in Africa. But we know that the Almighty made all the African nations to drink of the same cup that we drunk of. We just drunk the majority of it. We just drunk the dregs of it. But all the black men of Africa was given that same cup. So that's why you find today that all the African nations are still inferior. We got dislike among one another, but we all in the same boat. That's one thing we all had in common, and that is the curse. When you think about the Saharan slave trade, when you think about the Atlantic slave trade, well, that wasn't just Israel. It was all the black nations in Africa. That's who on the boat. We all punished. We all together.
Yep.
The Almighty is the one that's going to be able to distinguish who is who. But far as the curse, we all have one thing in common, and that is we all are cursed. We all have drunk of the cup, even though they might ain't left their land. That don't mean they haven't been colonized. That don't mean that the white man didn't go in there and rape and steal them and sell them to the isles of the sea. They did the same thing to us. That's where we come from. We coming from Africa.
Right.
We that call ourselves Israel coming from Africa. Just like our brothers from Africa came here, and some of them stayed there. They were still being oppressed. They are oppressed today. I don't know no black nation in Africa that's ruling the earth. I don't. They all are inferior, just like us. It ain't no different. Well, all right, let's say this, sister. What about the Africans that have came to America? Should you find yourself in love with one of them and have children? Hello? I'm talking about in America. You run into a brother, and or the brother run into a sister, and he lets you know, well, I'm from Ghana, I'm from Sudan, or whatever. So we're going to say, well, nah, I can't like him because he's from... No, we all in the same book. When the enemy see us, he don't say, is you from Ghana? He don't say, if you from Israel. He just say, there go another nigga, and he's going to treat y'all the same.
Well, Brother Samuel.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, from my experience and what I've seen, there is a distinction in the look of the native African, and our people that's over there, they pretty much look like us.
They pretty much look like us.
The native Africans, they have a different kind of look.
Yeah, they do.
They look more.
I
can't explain. I can't.
Hey, you know what? Let me say this, sister. You had that same look on you when you was in that ship. Now, you've been over here assimilated, and evaporated, so you might look more like the nigga that they done made. But before you became assimilated and evaporated, you look just like them.
Okay, so if that's the case, why they say that David is ruddy? Don't that mean light skin?
David is what?
Rudy.
When they say David was ruddy.
Rudy.
Because people always try to say that if you a little light, that just necessarily means that you've been plundered by the white person. That's not necessarily the case, is it?
That depends on who you talking to, sister. And I don't know no nation that talk like that. You can find Israel right now that live in St. Louis somewhere, and they talk crazy in the mud. That don't mean nothing. That just show the darkness we find ourselves under today. One of the African tribes that they always give credit to, and they're not that dark, is the Ethiopians. And they will hurry up and tell you that they consider themselves Israel because of the story of Solomon and Sheba. And the last man that I know, according to history, that have ever claimed the throne of David is Haile Selassie from Ethiopia. And a lot of Ethiopians are not dark-skinned. But they will hurry up and tell you that they are of the seed of David. And based on my understanding, they are the only African nation that was not colonized, even to this day.
But isn't that the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Canaan? Not Canaan. Was it the Canaanites? The Libyans? They were from the seed of Ham, not the Negro, which they call Shem.
All of them is niggas. That's how you trying to say it. They all black. It was only one son that wasn't black, and that was Japheth. And that was Japheth. So all of us is the same color. And don't forget, who did Moses marry? Did Moses marry? Who did Moses marry? Let me open up your eyes. Who did Moses marry?
Ethiopian
woman, Cushite.
And the brother and sister talked against that woman to where what was about to happen was not the Almighty about to kill both of them.
Yes.
Just for talking against that sister who Moses took as a wife.
Yes.
That means a lot, y'all. That means we don't want to be talking against them today.
So why they treat us so badly then?
I don't know about all that because of what we've been through. The white man done changed our hearts. The white man, all right, that's a good question. That's a good one. I ain't going to belittle that. That's a good question. Why do they treat us so bad? The same reason. Hold on, let me answer it. The same reason your brother and sister treat you bad here in America. How about that?
Yep.
Your brother and sister here in America treat you just the same. But you'll hurry up and say, or we'll hurry up and say, yeah, they definitely are brothers and sisters because they came off the same ship. Well, why do they treat you so bad today? That is part of our troubles. That is part of what the white man done did.
That's right.
The Almighty gonna bring us back together. We're gonna love one another. Our bones gonna come back to the bone. We're gonna love one another once Yahweh save us. Right now we're dealing with troubles.
So are they from the 12 tribes of Israel, all the nation of from the continent of Africa?
No, they're not. But
that's the one I'm talking about.
But the same But the same thing required. Look at how the Almighty made them drink of the same cup. Make sure you understand. That's why the white man look at them. They ain't looking at them and saying, oh, y'all the 12 tribes. The white man ain't thinking like that. The white man look at us as a people and a land.
Right. That's right.
The continent of Africa is us. We lived in there. What did the Almighty do when he told Abraham, leave your father's house? Did he not take him in Africa? Absolutely.
Okay, I got a question for you, Brother Samuel. And I think I'm going to be ending my question, I hope. So are they a part of that secret treaty that all the other nations have against us?
What secret treaty is that?
You know when they all... Psalms 81.
Psalms 83?
Oh, 83.
Where at? Show me the name.
I don't know the name because they done changed them.
Well, show me the name in this. In Psalms 83. Show me the African nation in this. You got Edom. Edom supposed to have been the brother of Jacob. You got Edom. You got Ishmaelites. Ishmaelites supposed to have been the son of Abraham.
Right.
You got Moab. You got Ammon. All them is Canaanites, which the land we took over. You got the Philistines. You got Asher. Right. You got Lot. I mean, I don't really see the African nations you're talking about unless you're talking about, like, you got Mennonite, you got...
Tyree.
I think it's Tyree.
Who?
Tyree. But I thought the Canaanites was the African nation as well.
The Canaanites is the land that we took, and the Almighty didn't want us to make no covenant with them. The Canaanites, the Almighty didn't want us to make no covenant with them. And then we got stories or prophetic message of how the Ethiopians is going to extend their hand into us and all that. So the Almighty don't sound like he excluding the Ethiopians.
But
a lot of people, let me say this last little bit. Like I have taught before, when the Romans came against Israel, a lot of the Israelites ran to Ethiopia. They got people that live there now that call themselves the descendants of Israel. They go by the name of Bala Israel today. They still there today. So you think the Almighty cursed them when they allowed you to be there and trying to protect you and all that? You the one ran from the Roman oppression to Ethiopia. And they allowed you to hide there. They live there today. We are scattered on the four corners of the earth, y'all. We're going to be in those tents. Rudolph Windsor has a great book to show you how we winded up in Ghana and all those places. It's called Babylon to Timbuktu. Read it. And it will show you how we evaporated and assimilated into many of the nations of Africa. You go to Africa right now, it is many people will tell you they are the seed of Israel. They will tell you that. I don't care if they from Ghana or wherever. They will tell you we are the seed of Israel. Why? Because many of the Israelites ran to us and we converted. We converted into them. That's why you find many of the Africans that have traditions and customs just like the Israelites. I just said that I was dealing with this WhatsApp or whatever you call it for our brothers and sisters in Africa can hear the program because they want to hear it. They ain't saying, oh, damn them. They want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're going to get off of that because that is the white man move. Conquer, divide, and conquer. So they want us to keep having long conversations about that. We ain't worried about that. The Almighty going to straighten that out. We worried about the white man. We worried about the one that oppressed us. And even though we got the stories of, well, Africans sold us, well, they also sold themselves.
Well, the Almighty was behind it, too.
Say that again?
Because of that.
I couldn't hear you fade out.
I said the Almighty is behind it. You know, He caused him to do that to us, you know. As part of our punishment.
For sure, bro. But like I said, we'll speak more on that another day because of this great eschatological prophecy. It letting us know that we're going to be saved out of this. We ain't going to be pointing the finger at the black man all the time. We already know our condition. We came in that condition based on this curse. We came in that condition based on this curse, y'all.
Shalom, Elder Samuel. This is Shauna again.
Yes, ma'am.
We know that, you know, Ham's sons were Phut, Cush, Canaan, and Mizraim. Canaan was one of the sons of Ham, and those are African nations. They didn't descend from Shem.
I did not say that Canaan was not one of the seed of Ham. I said the Almighty had already told us from the beginning not to mess with any of the seed of Canaan because of the abominations they did in his land. So we were to kill everything that breathed for real dealing with Canaan.
Right. And those,
but that's not so with Egypt and all them. The scripture even tell us how to treat Egypt because we were strangers in Egypt. It don't say kill Egypt.
Right. And many of us Hebrews, we have our skin color in common with those Ethiopians, but when I'm around them, it is a distinct difference. Hebrews' heads are usually bigger. They have a little skinny body and small heads.
They look different.
That's how they look. They have small heads and tall and they skinny bodies. Us Hebrews, we kind of bigger bone structure than them. It is a distinct difference. And many of them will tell you to your face, you're not our people.
Well,
even
same way we got black people.
Mandela mentioned that we wasn't his people.
We got black people in our family would tell you the same thing. How about that? We got brothers and sisters.
We know that.
You got brothers and sisters that's Christian. Hold on, let me answer. We got brothers and sisters that's Christians in our own family.
And they don't do that.
We'll try to make a distinction based on your spirituality. We're not going to wrestle with that all day, brothers and sisters. That denotes the sickness. That denotes the troubles. We worrying about the enemy, our brothers and sisters. Those people you talking about is not the one that hung us every day. It's not the one that had us in the field working from sun up to sundown. Not the one that was raping our mothers, our sisters, our brothers. Them was not the ones that did that. We know who did it, and that's who we're going to point the finger at. We is not going to spend another 10 minutes talking about our brothers and sisters that has endured the same thing that we are enduring today.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Come on, y'all. That's what the white man want us to do. Divide and conquer. We just read about how the Almighty going to bring us back. He know who is Israel. We don't even know today. We just call ourselves Israel. We have a vouch to be Israel. We don't know if we Israel. We better be careful in pointing the finger. Point the finger at who you know did these things, not who you think and how certain people act and speak today. That's based on the curse. And I keep on trying to symbolize it to our brothers here in America. Even our brothers here in America, you find, depending on who you talk to, they might talk to you the same way because of what has been put upon us. Divide and conquer has always been their key. They got us hating ourselves. Come on. I'm going to point the finger at the white man. If anybody I'm going to dealing with the three sons, it's going to be Japheth. Not Ham, nor Shem.
Golly, I agree with that.
Is there any other comments or questions? And if you want to keep talking about Ham, go ahead. But I hope y'all understand what your brother's showing, and especially after reading all these words.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Curse you.
We just making a distinction.
I know it, but a lot of times we making a distinction based on hate, and we don't want to hate our brothers. The Almighty is going to bring all this.
We're not. Shalom. I ain't making the distinction of hate. This is Shauna. I'm making the distinction of I know my people versus a people that ain't my people.
Well, you got a little more wisdom than your brother, because I don't.
Well, I know I'm the people over here catching all kind of ATLL, went to jail or something I didn't do. So I'm definitely going to try by Yahudah. Now, that's a very distinct.
And it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them over here also. We, again, was not the only ones on the boat. Whoever is teaching you that only people that was on the boat is Israel is absolutely fool. The scripture tells us that the Atlantic slave trade came from West Africa. The majority of the people came from West Africa. Israel is not in West Africa. Israel was known Northeast Africa. So whoever been teaching y'all that all the people that came over here is Israel, they are a fool. History teach the majority of the slaves came from West Africa. Yes, ma'am.
Shalom, Elder Samuel. Now, this is Shauna again. I'm in my 40s, but I've been teaching 29 years. I am an educator. I never said that Israel was the only people that came over on slave ship.
No, I didn't say you. I didn't speak about nobody.
I'm not.
I'm speaking
I'm one
in
of the people that speak it to you. But,
but I'm
we're
speaking
not
in general.
the
I'm speaking in general and what's been said to me for years, not just what y'all said tonight. No. I'm speaking based on what's been said to me.
But in Joel 3, it tells us the nations that gave us to the Greeks and the Romans. In Joel 3.
Okay.
And it mentions Tyre, which is goes back to Native Africans and the coast of Palestine.
Okay.
It mentions that in Joel 3.
Okay. In Genesis and Exodus. In the book of Exodus, it tells us Egypt had us captives. So, I mean, what's the point? What I'm saying is dealing with eschatological times and dealing with Yahweh bringing us back. Another good place, I tell you that. Let's go to Isaiah 11. Which I didn't use, which would have been a good one. But look what it says in Isaiah 11. And would somebody like to read? Read from the 10th verse to the 16th verse. And let me know how many nations that is in Africa.
There'll be, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
And it's talking about the people coming home. I'll read it. It says, in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for the ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles just mean nations. A lot of times we think Gentiles talking about the white boy. Gentiles mean nations. It reads, to it shall the Gentiles seek. and his rest shall be glorious. Well, why is that? When they hate us, when we got some people that said they ain't messing with us, when their heads look different than our heads, it says, and it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left. Look where they're going to be left from. From Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pastrus. Here go Cush, and from Cush. Here go Elam, from Elam, and from Shinar. These are African nations.
Damn it.
Yeah. Okay.
And he shall set an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together dispersed of Yehudah from the four corners of the earth. What I'm trying to say, y'all, the Almighty is the one. Whoever he used, he is the one. So today, we can't be talking about the belt. We can't keep pointing the finger at the belt if the Almighty used that person. The Almighty, we can show some things that Ethiopia might have did. But we can also show where the Almighty said that Ethiopia would stretch out her hand to us. We can show where we was in the Egyptian bondage. But the Almighty lets you know that in that day, the Egyptians will be part of y'all. That's what it says. So we kind of jumping the gun and we pointing out things that have been taught to us, things we have seen, and I keep on trying to show you that's the same thing among your brother today. Those that was on that ship was all of those from those African nations. They was with you. You were chained up right next to them. When you got out the boat, nobody was saying like, well, I want all the Israelites. I don't want the Ethiopians. I don't want the Egyptians. I don't want the people coming from Ghana. All of you was next to each other. We have evaporated and assimilated. We done had children with these people. Our blood is nowhere pure today. Our blood is definitely mixed with our brothers and sisters. And when I say brothers and sisters, I'm talking about the other black men in Africa. So it's going to be hard for us to distinguish if I'm from Ghana. Do I got Ghana blood in me? Do I got the Saharan blood? It's going to be hard to distinguish that. Today, we are using the distinction by us being called Americans. Ain't that something?
No, Brother Samuel, that's not what we're doing.
That's exactly what we're doing. Because how else do we make a distinction? How else do we make a distinction? We all look the same, except for the comment you said about the big head or the little head. We all look the same, brothers and sisters. Well, and the enemy will hurry up and tell you that. Y'all all look the same.
Well, Brother Samuel, remember when they were on the ships with our ancestors and they hurried up and sent them back? Remember that? The Amazon? They hurried up and sent their people back. They said, hold up, these ain't the Israelites.
Hurried up and sent who back? What you talking about? The movie Amsterdam or something? What movie you talking about?
Yeah, it was based on a true story, remember?
Well, you better quit looking at Hollywood, sister.
A story.
You better quit looking at Hollywood.
Okay, you right.
But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, though. Just be fair. We can do a presentation on who is the black man. We can do a presentation on that. We're going a little too far off of this great presentation of eschatological prophecy. We're going way off. We dealing with a whole lot of comments and questions about who is the black man and who is the slave and what the Africans did, and we just had a great presentation called Behold the Eschatological Prophecies. Let's put a lot of energy into this. We can do that. We can do that on another time with another presentation.
Yes, great. Wonderful as always. And we love you. We love the fact that we can speak and ask questions and you don't shut us up.
No, I ain't going to shut you up. I ain't going to shut you up. That's why I said if you want to, keep going. But I'm just hoping that we can find the spirit to get back on this eschatological prophecies instead of using our spirit against the Africans that endure the same thing we are enduring. Because they are. If you look at Africa, they are poor, they are inferior, they are the same situation we are in. I just said people left here and went to Damona, Israel, and they are in trouble. They ain't prospered in nothing. We got people in, what is it, Liberia? What is that place that we went to when they so-called said that we was free? What was that part in Africa? Was it Liberia or what's the other one? Do anybody know?
Tanzania.
Libya. Was it Libya?
Nigeria, Tanzania. Tanzania was one.
No, I'm talking about between Libya and Liberia. Which one was it when the Americans so-called let the nigger free and they built that little land? What was that called, Liberia or Libya?
Libya.
Well, the next time you get on YouTube or something like that, check it out. They are just as poor and afflicted as they were when they left America. And they left America. So them gonna definitely be who you say you part of. They just left America and went to Libya. And we are evaporating. We are having babies and all that, y'all. When we was over here, we had breeding farms and all that. Who you think was having sex with you? You think it was your brother Israel? Or was it the Mandingo? Or was it this and that? So here we is in 2023. Do you know how many children have came by way of different nations? I ain't even talking about the rape of the white man. I'm talking about the rape of the brother that the white man made him do. So our blood runs the same. This whole book is about the bloodline. So it's only the Almighty can bring that back. The Almighty can make us pure. Today we are not pure. There is no pure Israelite in the land of America. You got to be kidding. We better hope, and we scared to look as how much white blood in us. We're going to hurry up and talk about our brother, but think about all the white blood in you. It's a division, y'all. And the white man made that division because one of the greatest things that they fear is us uniting. I guarantee it. The greatest thing they fear is us uniting. They don't care about you talking about Israel. They care about you uniting with the rest of the black people of the world. They ain't worried about you uniting as Israel. They worried about you uniting with the rest of the black men and women of the world. That's what they worried about. Because today, can't nobody prove that they Israel. I don't think now one of us on this phone have a record of genealogy. You cannot prove to me that you are Israel. The only way we do that is by the way we've been taught. Well, they under the curse. Those that's under the curse is is Israel. And for some reason, we narrow that down to America. Well, that is not the curse. The curse denotes us being scattered on the four corners of the earth, not just America. That's only one corner.
I thought Judah was spread over here the furthest, though.
Yep, that's what they teach. They teach that, and they don't denote all of Jehudah. They just denote, and I think that's also in the book of Rudolph Windsor, Babylon to Timbuktu. They talk about Simeon. It talks about Levi. It talks about Yehuda. But that do not denote all of the house of Levi, nor does it denote all the house of Yehuda, nor do it denote all the house of Simeon. Because unless you can show me record where they hold on, let me just say this one. Let me say this, finish this part up. Unless you can show me record of genealogy where they actually took the whole tribe of Yehuda and brought them to America. The whole tribe of Levi and brought them to America.
Shalom, Elder Tammy. This is Shauna again.
Yes, ma'am.
About knowing that you're Hebrew. One of the things that helped me come to the knowledge that I was a part of the nation of the Hebrew Israelites was that a couple of Native Africans did come to me and start speaking to me because they were trying to understand why myself and my family, especially my family members that are in Alabama right now, they have some of my family members have a Hebrew dialect. Even though they speak that country, they talk like you and I would speak in English, but they have Hebrew dialect, and try to figure out why my family members have Hebrew dialect. This is how I was able to come to the knowledge of me being an Israelite, was from Native Africans, talking to my family members about having Hebrew dialect and why my family members have Hebrew dialect. And I've been trying to tell some of them that they're Israelites and show them in the scripture, and they've got a Hebrew tongue coming out their mouth and won't even listen. The Native Africans that helped my family members were actually explaining how Hispanics have that Hispanic roll coming out of their tongue when they speak. They may be speaking English, but you can still hear their Hispanic coming out. My family members in Alabama are speaking English, but got Hebrew dialect coming out their mouths.
And that is great.
And it was Native Africans that actually helped me, to be honest. And they know that.
And that is great, sister. But do you know how many nations and how many people in Africa that have the Hebrewic language, that uses the Hebrewic language, that uses and is known for using the different traditions and cultures of the Hebrewic? Do you know how many it is? A lot. A lot. There are people in Africa do what we teach over here way better, even though they wrong, but they do it way better. They more consistent with it in everything. We over here in America talking about keeping the Passover. We over here in America talking about keeping the Feast of Tabernacles. Whereas people over in Africa do it every season. More than the people that say they ain't Israel. Those conversations we having with our people is based on the destruction of our mindset that the white man has laid upon us. The white man is the one that came in and converted them. And just like a lot of Africans, their spirituality is either Islam or Christianity. Why? Was that what it was before the white man came in and converted? Absolutely not. Was that what it was before the missionaries went all through Africa and told them either accept the Bible or the gun? Absolutely not. But today, if you look at their spirituality, the majority of them call themselves Christians and Muslims. But you got ancient African nations that will readily tell you that they are the seed of Israel. And like I said, a good book to find that information out, and it's from a brother, Rudolph Windsor, Babylon to Timbuktu. Please read it, because it will help us to understand how these other nations wind up calling themselves the seed of Israel. And it's on a historical aspect. And Rudolph Windsor is a very known and wise historian. Read that book, Babylon to Timbuktu. And look at the nations when you read it. Look at the African nations that Rudolph Windsor exposes as being, if not full-blooded Israel, a nation that has evaporated and assimilated to the Israelites. They do the same customs. They do the same traditions. They believe in the same law. They believe that the Creator is going to come and save them. That's why you got, as I stated earlier, the sisters and them asking for me to get on the WhatsApp, because there are nations of people in Africa that want to hear these words because they believe that these words belong to them also.
Praise the Almighty Yah, because we know they over there.
Just like they know we over here. We all the same people in a sense, because as I stated, the Almighty made all the nations of Africa to drink of the cup, including us. It don't say he made them drink the cup and we didn't. It don't say we drank the cup and they didn't. It says the cup was drunken by all of us. We all under the same situation. We all need to be saved. And then the Almighty will distinguish who is who.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we talking blindside. We don't even know who we are, really. We don't. I mean, we might have some records here and there, but I'm talking about as a whole. We do not know.
I know my great-grandfather said he was waiting for the last Jew to descend.
Huh? I didn't.
Great teaching, Elder Samuel. I really enjoyed your teaching today on the astrological, because, like I said to you earlier, there's a lot of talk about what's going on in the land and calling those people the people of the book, and you just brought it full circle, what you brought out today, what Yah is saying about what all want to do. It's just amazing to me that everything that's written that's going to come to pass. And thank you for another great teaching. I really enjoyed it.
I thank y'all for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I thank y'all very much for lending the ear.
Thank you again and again.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? I kind of ended the presentation pretty quick because we didn't have a whole lot of information to display, so it allows us to have a little more time for comments and questions as you use it up. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there anything that we didn't understand coming out of this presentation called Behold the Eschatological Prophecies? Is there anything that we didn't understand or we ain't sure of? We do see in this lesson that we are going to be restored. So, restored from what? A person already know who they are and all that, don't need to be restored. We don't really know who we are. We don't really know where we are. He said he scattered us on the four corners of the earth. So, yes, this is one of the corners, but there's three other corners of us. Can that be in Africa? Absolutely. Some of us got to be there. We got to be. If we scattered on the four corners of the earth, we got to be in Africa. We got to be. lest the Almighty lied, and I am not going to call him a liar. He said we are on the four corners of the earth, where one of the corners is in Africa, y'all. Do y'all agree?
Yes, we didn't denote that. We know that.
Well, that lets us know that we got to be in Africa.
Yes.
We can be in Ghana, we can be in Sahara, we can be in all those places of Africa. We got to be. So even though you got some people that will say, y'all left us, or most times you hear that from our side, y'all sold us, or y'all didn't come and get us. Well, they was going in hell. They was going through hell too. They wasn't able to come and say, how they going to come and save you when they was in hell? Don't forget, the Saharan slave trade was before the transatlantic slave trade. Many of the Africans was in that captivity before we even got on the boat, y'all. That was over 300 years of captivity before we got on the boat.
Ain't that the ones that's over in the Caribbean and all that?
No, I'm talking about started in the Saharan. They was probably sent to those islands just like we were. We first went to the islands before we came inland. So those in Jamaica and all those places, those come from African nations. A lot of them will readily tell you that they are from Africa, even though you visiting them in Jamaica. Because they have some knowledge of where they came from. And we go to Jamaica all the time. We go to Jamaica all the time. But those people are the Africans that we act like we don't have no respect for or whatever. And that's just one of the islands. We got people today talking about how they traveling to Africa and all. For what? Why are you traveling there and that's the enemy? It's got to be something in common that y'all have in common to where you would even want to go. And it is that black skin. That's what it is. That's what make all of us having something in common. What we endure and the skin that is upon us. Yes, we got stories of kings sold us and all that, and that those stories are true. Many of them, not all of them, but many of them are true. But we must remember we are scattered on the four corners of the earth. The Almighty will bring forth the record of genealogy to allow us to know who we are. When we came out of Babylon, many people had to sit down because they did not have a record of genealogy. So you're going to have to wait for that to really know who you are. Ain't nothing wrong with converting. Ain't nothing wrong with subscribing. Ain't nothing wrong with avouching that you Israel. But that's all you got. And they said the same thing. They did the same thing when they was in Babylon. But when they came out of Babylon, the Almighty required the record of genealogy. And many people did not have it. So they had to wait for the priest that had the Urim and the Turim, if that's the word. I know I ain't saying them right. But they had to wait for that. And through that, they found out who was who. Today, we have none of that. Today, we are just guessing. Today, we're going on what history has told us, what the white man have told us, what we have learned, and what we done talked to different people. That is what we're going on. That is our facts. But the Almighty say He's going to restore us. And when He restores us, based on these prophecies we read today, then we're going to know who we are. And the Almighty going to do what He do. So whatever nations that was responsible, the Almighty going to destroy them. We ain't supposed to destroy them today. We don't know who to destroy, but in Yahweh doing, He going to know who to destroy. And don't forget, did we not read that the whole earth was going to be converted to Yahweh? Did we not read that Yahweh going to be the Elohim of the whole earth? Did we not read that today?
Yes.
All right, then. All right. Y'all vengeance belongs to Yahweh. Yahweh let us know at the end of this, I'm going to take care of some people. And those that are left, their children that are left, they're going to be praising me. So we ain't going to have no room to talk about nobody. Right now we can because we don't really know what we're talking about. But in that day, we ain't going to have no room to talk about nobody because Yahweh going to take care of everybody that's responsible, and their children is going to be converted into us. We are the people that was to bless all the families of the earth. And all the families of the earth was to bow down and praise our God. So they're going to definitely be our brothers. If nothing else, in fellowship, they're going to be our brothers. We would not be walking around talking about, yeah, y'all was doing this. Yeah, y'all didn't come. None of that be gone. All that's gone. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom. This is Brother Yaakov.
Shalom, my brother.
Let me ask you a question, because one of the charges that people always give to us that they know the scriptures, that we don't speak the Hebrew, and they, according to them, they speak the biblical Hebrew or the Paleo Hebrew. Now, how are you speaking the Paleo Hebrew, and you believe that we're under the covenant of the law? How you speaking the Paleo Hebrew, and you're saying the day starts at night, and this other person saying the day starts during the morning? How y'all both y'all speaking the same language, and you have different understanding of when the day begins, or whether or not you understand whether or not you under the covenant of the law or not?
Who you relating that to?
But Evia on Facebook, and these other brothers as well, because they actually say the same thing. They speak the Hebrew and they know the language, and therefore you shouldn't be teaching because you don't know the language and you don't actually speak the Hebrew. Yada yada yada.
Based on their teachings. That's all that is. Based on their teachings. Yeah. Just like you said, they speaking the same language. They over here together, but you read it one way and another person read it another. It's based on their teachings, and it's based on, I done did a lot of study, not a whole lot, but I done did enough study on the language. And I keep coming to the conclusion that we don't have the true tongue. Even when you deal with the book of Zephaniah, the Almighty said that He was going to bring forth the true tongue, that we all can call upon Him in one consent. We don't have that true tongue. A lot of this stuff that we have learned is Yiddish. A lot of this stuff we have learned is what the Jew man had put in these books, and we are quoting those words. I don't believe that none of us is speaking the true language. I don't.
Yeah, and I don't either, because there's no way in heck you could actually be learning the Hebrew, or you knowing the Hebrew, and then you come to the conclusion that you're under the covenant of the law in your enemy's land.
And it's not called Hebrew anyway. It's called Arabic. It's speaking Arabic.
Yeah, a lot of it is Arabic. It ain't Hebrewic, it's Arabic. But another thing that will kind of go with what you just said, Brother Yaakov, is what Daniel said in the 9th chapter. Confusion of faith belonging to us all. Is that not confusion for you?
Yes.
Saying that you both reading Paleo Hebrew and y'all both understand what you're reading differently? That's confusion. So that's where we at today. When we find ourselves in captivity, confusion of faith belongs into us. Not surety, not facts, but confusion of faith. That's a great question, brother. And like I said, only way I can establish that is what Daniel said. Confusion of faith belongs into us all. I don't care what book you're reading out of, what language you call yourself using. And I wonder, how do the same people you talking about, I wonder how do they interpret Zephaniah 2? When it talk about the true tongue being given back to his people, where all of us can call on the name of Yahweh in one consent. And a lot of them don't call his name Yahweh. They call him something else. They call him Yah. They call him all these other new names I've been seeing lately, the last 4 or 5 years. That's what they calling them. So that is a proof that the tongue have not been given back to us. As our sister said, the Hebrewic rolls off their tongue. Well, what Hebrewic is that? Because according to Zephaniah 2, the Almighty was going to give us the tongue that will roll the true Hebrewic off of, that we all call upon his name in one consent. And that has not happened yet.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Great question and comment. Is there any other comments and questions? And please correct your brother, because I don't know everything. I'm hoping that I'm right. As we started the presentation, I always ask that the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in his sight. So if it ain't acceptable, if I'm wrong, correct me. But a lot of these things we don't really have no facts on. We just got what we've been taught and what we studied ourselves. We don't really have no facts on a lot of these things. Is there any other comments or questions? In the presentation, did we find anything that Yahweh said we're supposed to be doing before these great prophecies are fulfilled? Did anybody find anything that we're supposed to be doing until then? Hello? Hello?
I don't think so.
Is you still there, Israel?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna have to get back on the topic of us being slaves in Africa or not, because now ain't nobody want to talk. I ain't shut up nobody. I just wanted to go to another subject matter. We still can talk. I just didn't want to keep on talking about some things that we really ain't sure of and that we really don't know. I ain't that smart. My smartness and my wisdom come by reading these words. So I'd rather dive in the book and answer the questions of the book than answer what our concerns is or what we might think about. I'm not that smart. I'm not that man. I deal with the book. So if your question dealing with Africa or whatever is in the book, we can continue to speak on that matter. But other than that, I'm not that smart, and I don't want to act like I'm that smart, talking about something I really don't know about. But if there isn't any more questions, I truly appreciate you lending an ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I would like to read the psalm to end the presentation if there isn't any other comments or questions dealing with, behold, the eschatological prophecies. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, let us end the presentation with Psalms 62. And if you have or do some research on the subject matters that we just got through speaking about, please bring them up at the next presentation, or call me or inbox me or whatever you want to do with your answers, and I definitely will consider them, and I will definitely study them. And then maybe I will have a better answer next time we talk on that subject matter. Let's end the presentation with Psalms 62. And it tells us in Psalm 62, truly our soul waits upon Elohim. From him comes our salvation. He only is our rock and our salvation. He is our defense. We shall not be greatly moved. How long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you, as a bowling wall shall ye be, and as a tottering fence. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Selah. Our soul wait thy only upon Elohim, for our expectation is from him. He only is our rock and our salvation. He is our defense. We shall not be moved. And Elohim is our salvation and our glory, the rock of our strength, and our refuge is in Elohim. Trust in him at all times, ye people. Pull out your heart before him. Elohim is a refuge for us. Selah. Surely men of low degree are vanity, and men of high degree are a lie, to be laid in the balance. They are altogether lighter than vanity. Trust not in oppression. And oppression is one of the ways we get these ideas. It says, trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them. Elohim has spoken once, twice have I heard this, that power belongs unto Elohim. Also unto thee, Yahweh, belongs mercy. For thy renders to every man, African or Israel. And don't forget, Israel is in Africa. it says, also unto thee, Yahweh, belongs mercy, for thy rendest to every man according to his works. That will be the end of the presentation that was called, Behold, the Eschatological Prophecies. I'd like to thank the listening audience again for lending an ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.